Hey everybody, after a week of having to take a break on account of some deep freeze problems, we are back in action, so welcome back to the stream. Okay, it's good to be back. That was quite a week we just went through. Had a little bit of a stream on Friday where I explained more or less the situation, so I don't need to worry too much about continuity from posterity, but I was really aiming for trying to stream every bit of work on Citizen, and nature intervened. What can you do? But weather is back to pretty much normal Texas standards. Let's see, I think we're at like 60 degrees Fahrenheit now. So 63 early in the morning, so that's Texas for you. As a result, power is back. Boil notice has been lifted in my area, at least, thankfully, so I can drink water straight from the tap again. Though if I croak in the middle of the stream, it's because I drank the water a little too soon. So yeah, back at it. No more worries, I hope, and we'll just wait and see what happens on the next deep freeze in Texas. Okay, so where did I put my... There. Give everybody a little bit of time to join back in here. I always feel a little bit bad for people watching the playback because I want to, give people that are live a little bit of time to show up, and I'm not editing these videos down so you get all this dead space, so I apologize for that in the playback, but that's just how it goes. Well, despite the fact that the live stream was not able to continue, I was still able to get some pretty good work done. And part of what we're going to be doing, certainly through today and possibly through the rest of the week, is talking about that work, talking about what's been changed, and getting some thoughts from y'all, because, as I said in a tweet, my thing here is I'm not really looking to foist anything on anybody. I kind of see this as something that we're all doing together here, and so I want to make sure that, some of the changes I made are kind of significant about the experience. Not too bad, but they change how posts work, change how comments work, and I would have preferred to do that on the stream because I like to be able to talk through everything I'm thinking so that it's not just kind of like, oh, Paul just changed how this thing works and he didn't really give any reason why. I always want to make sure y'all know what the heck I'm doing and why. So going to be sharing a little bit about that on the stream today, and getting y'all's thoughts about it. And I just realized I didn't get the chat up, so let me do that real fast. Pop you out. And let's see here. Where's that position? Yep, that looks just about right. Yep. And then I'll grab that link and update you. Alright. So chat is live, of course. Y'all can talk to me at any time. And people aren't exactly jumping in today, so I think I'll just have to kick things off. Don't want to wait too long. So, here's where the build is at currently. I'm going to put a big caveat and say that visually I'm not 100% satisfied with what it's looking like right now. It is definitely different than the last time I was shown on the stream, and getting the exact sort of rendering of the posts just exactly the way I want them, that's going to take a little bit of time. But the format is exactly what I want to do here. And the format is this. You have posts, as before, you got the 256 character limit on the post, and then you got comments and all that, but there are two things that changed. One is, when you open up a post, you can have what I'm calling the extended text, which is almost like a blog post body. And that is optional, so, looking at some of the old posts over here, like this one here, no extended text, it's just the post itself. So the idea that I'm going for with this is that you have the 256 limit for the feed view, right? kind of similar to a post title, but I'm trying to see if we could do a hybrid of like, a sort of a Twitter and a forum kind of thing, where the post text is meant to be, if you want it to be, just like a short form post. Don't have to have a body to it. And then the extended text is for if you want to elaborate on what you're talking about. And then the comments also changed. Comments are no longer posts. They're separate types again. That was something that we did way back, I want to say, in the second week, first and second week. I mean, originally, posts and comments were separate things. Then I kind of merged them together to do a Twitter-style thing where comments are just posts that are replies. But I switched it back. I switched it back to comments being separate. And the reason I did that, and I'm going to just show real quick, it's kind of Hacker News style or Reddit style. Second post, just testing this stuff out. Like that, right? Now, the reason I made both of these changes are connected to a broader goal to get away from virality mechanics. The reason that Twitter works the way it does, with every piece of content being a tweet, whether it's a reply or a post or a long post, it's a series of tweets, right? They didn't never, they added controls where if you have a lot of things to say, it gives you a way to chain the tweets together to put together a thread. And the reason is that the whole idea of Twitter is to have these bite-sized pieces that you can not only share as a chunk, but also like and retweet as a chunk. And we're not doing that. We're not doing the retweetable chunks. So that is why it sort of occurred to me that, well, if we're not doing the virality mechanics that Twitter has, then there's really no point. Really no point of replicating everything being in a tweet-sized chunk. And instead, what we ought to be doing here is, really the only thing that we need to replicate is just having a nice feed view where that is bite-sized, because you want to be able to look through your feed relatively quickly. I can't talk today. But if you're actually trying to talk about something, let's get rid of the character limits. So that's what I did. Like I said, I think this rendering looks good, and on mobile, I'm kind of happy with how this looks. Kind of. It's not bad. But the desktop, I'm not loving it. It's a little too bold. And I guess part of the challenge I'm trying to kind of struggle with here is the idea of this hybrid between, is it a post title or is it kind of like a tweet that 256 limit text? So that's kind of probably somewhat responsible for why I'm struggling to figure this out. And I just remembered that I probably have 2 mics going. Okay, so if there was any weird echo, sorry about that. Okay, so that's one of the things that happened. A couple other things that happened. I got rid of votes, at least the UI for votes right now. Again, just really looking to think deeply about what these kind of mechanics are, because once you get votes in, you're now in a performative space. And I want to make decisions like that on a community-by-community basis. Not every community is meant to be performative. A lot of them are not. So that's, and it shapes what you do. As soon as you get votes in there, some kind of metric showing how good your post was, you're going to start modifying what you say and what you do for those likes, especially if they're in a very public fashion. So, I think there are some valuable things that votes do or likes do, being able to signal to somebody, hey, I read your post and here's some positive vibes about it. A kind of a low bandwidth, simple to use, simple to send signal of just, saying I appreciate you is a pretty key part of what those things do. So thinking about that, and, you could do that by just having a button you can press, which sends them a like, but doesn't, put it publicly like Instagram does. But the other thing is that, within communities, I'm sort of keen to see if we could build in custom kind of rule engines for putting together signals like that are kind of more specific to the community and allowing people to experiment with those different forms. One of the things that was always fun was this may not actually be helping the situation and maybe just causing more problems, but in Slashdot, they had the kind of colored versions of votes where you could plus or minus something on the basis of it being insightful or funny or things like that. I always liked that. That was kind of cool. And the other thing is, getting more sophisticated rules in place for whether or not you want to give everybody voting rights right away. Hacker News is a thing where up until you get a certain amount of karma, you're not allowed to downvote anything. Things like that. Advanced rule engine into the communities. Seems like a good idea. And then, within a community that is like, maybe it's just for my friends and family, for us to share baby pictures, things like that. Don't really want upvotes and downvotes. That's kind of an absurd idea. So, that's all in there now. So votes are chill right now. They're out or paused. Another thing to look at here is I got rid of the UI for follower and following counts. Again, taking a careful look at what we use those things for and asking, okay, are those actually useful? Are those actually doing something for us? There are what you're usually trying to accomplish with follow counts is social proofing. Some kind of sense as to whether or not this is somebody that you want to listen to, is the truth of it. Well, use my profile, so I'm not putting anybody on blast here. That's not exactly a bad impulse, but it is also an impulse that can run away from you. One of the reasons I'll give for a very dry reason for why that's not a bad impulse is that if you believe the follower counts are not being inflated terribly, they act as a useful signal as to whether or not this is, somebody, some kind of bot, right? Now, I know that can be gamed, but generally speaking, when I'm on Twitter, I get a pretty good sense as to like whether or not just a bot, but also somebody that is respected, or at least, it kind of signals that this person has been put through the process of validation by the community if they have a fair number of followers. It also signals other things, and that's one of the reasons why it's a bad metric. And as we all know, any metric becomes a goal, especially a public metric or a metric for success. So that vetting that followers is meant to indicate can indicate things that are negative as well as positive, and also just seeking out those followers. It's not really. It's kind of a weird vibe. In a way, even the word is a little something. So again, like with the votes, what I think we ought to be doing is looking for interesting ways to communicate that kind of information, that useful signal about, okay, who is this person? Have they... you don't always have to be looking for whether or not they've earned the respect of people that you care about so much as whether or not they are a welcome person in that community that you're thinking about. And unfortunately, the internet is an adversarial place, and so being able to see that pretty quickly matters. But I don't know if we should always be so high-minded and act like, the showiness of it doesn't matter, or that you don't respond to the showiness of it. People need to be able to kind of show who they are in these public spaces, especially when we're talking about things like technology or politics or things like that. The credentialing of these networks matters to people, and it's not inherently a bad thing, especially if it is designed in such a way to reward or to help people gain that kind of strength of presence within the community. Something you can earn. And so I'm thinking that's going to be through the lens of two different mechanisms. One is just shared acquaintances. So that's why we got this UI up here. This person is followed by people that you follow, that kind of thing. But then within the communities, there's going to be ways, I think, that communities can kind of show who are the established members of the community. And so let's talk about that, because that's another thing that we have begun to introduce here. Something else I did while the stream was offline, and that is roles. Now I'm going to need to start my local host server because I haven't 100% migrated the test server to be using this mechanic. Oh, what the heck? Did I nuke my localhost server? Can't read it. Oh, that's worrisome. That's very worrisome. Huh, okay. I have to look into that later. Wow, wait a minute. How did this happen? What's going on? Yeah, okay, that's interesting. So, it looks kind of like, let's view the log. Okay, 14F. Don't think we lost any data. Well, that's a bit of a bummer scenario to run into. Wonder why that happened. Basically, what appears to be happening is the server database key, both the public and the private one, are coming off as read-only. And that suggests either a misconfiguration of the hyperspace daemon or data loss. Data loss would concern the heck out of me, because that would suggest that the hyperspace daemon is at fault, and you don't want that. But the configuration looks good. Well, unfortunately, I think I better just nuke the debug server and worry about that another time. Don't love it. Don't love it at all. Alright, let's try again. One more time. There we go. Alright. So here is the new community roles and permissioning system. This is something else I got done over the last week. Pretty key piece because without it, I couldn't implement profile editing for the communities because I didn't have an admin, but now I do. So by default, there's always an admin that's kind of a hard-coded special role. Always there. Default is also currently implemented as actually just a UI piece here, but it's sort of the placeholder for eventually, I think, we'll have a kind of a default role similar to the admin role, which is if you don't have any roles, what are the rules that apply to you? And, you know, I wrote this when I had votes, but it's, you know, what everybody's able to do. And in theory, I think it'd be interesting to be able to change this because you could do things like saying, all right, new person can't vote, can't create new posts. Let's just say. If you had a special kind of community that only a few people are supposed to post in and everybody else maybe could comment, that kind of thing. It also creates by default a non-special role, which is the moderator, which would be somebody that has somewhat lesser permissions, but you know, the kind of thing you'd still find useful. So they can ban and unban users, they can remove posts, but they can't edit the profile of the community, can't create or edit roles, can't assign roles, things like that. So that is that right there, and of course it's got me assigned as admin at the outset. And along with that came the ability to ban users and remove users, also key. Why don't I demonstrate that real quick? So there I am, and you can see the role that somebody has right there. Log out, log back in as Kenzie. Go to my community, there's Bob, and I'm gonna ban him. And you can just remove the person, or you can ban and give the reason. What a jerk. Ban and remove. And then if I go over to the manage banned users, there you can see that little UI. Sadly, you gotta have it before you launch. Can't just allow an unmoderated space. I have not yet implemented post removal, but we'll get there. So the last piece of all this gets us into what I was sharing on Twitter the yesterday, which is that discussion about what are we trying to do? What are our goals for Citizen? And why don't I share the tweet in the chat so that you're not just staring at this trying to read it before I get rid of it. So all the text of this post will be in this tweet. And so I'm talking about a lot about what I've already been sharing. But at the end, this is what I want to talk about now, which is what is our goal for the project here, you know? Is it trying to get people meeting each other? It's always a good reason to make an app, you know? It's what dating is about. It's kind of what Meetup is about. A lot of those kind of hyper-local things, you know, who's hanging out in an XY place. That might be one of the goals for the project. Is it about you know, making sense of the world or building information? That's, you know, how you end up with something like Rome, end up with something like Wikipedia, etc. Is it finding out what's happening in the world? Maybe that's how you might describe what Twitter is for. Is it connecting with people that you know in the real world? That's maybe what you say Facebook is about, and that's what, you know, they say their mission is to connect everybody, you know. And this has been something that I've been actually sort of fretting about for some time, because you really got to know what you're trying to do. And like I say at the title of the post, it's more than just decentralization. We need to have a more concrete idea of what the heck we're trying to do with this project. Something more concrete than just saying, yeah, it's a decentralized social network. Okay, well, what do you do with it? I don't know. You post things. It's a social network. No, there's got to be something that's a higher purpose than just decentralization, that says what you do on the app, what you do on the network, what you do with the protocol. And I'm toying with building a virtual society right now. And what I like about that approach is that, I guess for one thing, it just touches on or hits on the kind of variety of nerd that I am. It also touches on kind of what interests me about decentralization, which is, as I say in the post, social is a quality of being in a space that has other people, but social occurs within the context of a society. And I always feel like the way that certainly things like Facebook and Twitter operate sort of ignore questions about how that society operates, and instead sort of says, we the company will build this society however we see fit, y'all get to be social within that society. And if you ask me, the most interesting thing about decentralization is saying that that society is going to be entirely the construction of the actual user base. They're going to be the ones building it and maintaining it and running it, not me, not anybody working on Citizen. And so, in a way, then what Citizen's team is supposed to be doing is giving y'all tools to do that. And I play a lot of games, and I think in terms of game mechanics quite often. And so, it's kind of like a pure mechanics game in the same way that like Minecraft is a pure mechanics game. It's handing you all these tools, and there is some structure sort of embedded in it. But in a lot of ways, the end states that Minecraft servers get into are not being sort of, there's not, little, I haven't actually played, but I've watched a lot of people play, and I get the sense it guides you a little bit, but by and large, it's not like World of Warcraft where you're getting quests to build out a home, and now you're getting a quest to build a city, and etc. It's kind of a undirected process, and because of the way the tools are designed, people tend to build a home and they tend to build little societies whenever they get into multiplayer games. But, they're not being sort of handheld that directly. And so that's what I mean by pure mechanics. So likewise, while we should have some ideas about how to actually, the kind of default way of playing in Citizen to lead to people building communities and their little societies, we ought to be taking as much of a hands-off approach as possible, so that we making sure it's clear how to do it, but by and large kind of saying, look, these are all a bunch of mechanics that you could put to work in the way that you see fit for your community or your little society that you're building. And I like that approach because, as I was saying in the post, society suggests a number of different things. First of all, it suggests a plurality of conversational spaces, of social spaces. You're going to be sometimes in a social setting, which is a small and removed private space, and sometimes you're going to be in large public spaces. And your mission for each of those is going to be different every time. You could say, part of it's connecting with people. Another part of it is gathering together information. Another part of it is talking and learning together, and so on and so on. And so the plurality of what it's for, I like. Hopefully that's not just dodging, what this is supposed to be for. Obviously, at the core of it, sharing information, sharing media, having conversations is a pretty core piece of the thing. This looks like Twitter or Facebook or Reddit. It doesn't look like Instagram. It doesn't look like TikTok. So there's obviously some opinion about what you're supposed to be doing, what you're supposed to be sharing, and what have you. And, and the fact that it sort of leans a little bit more towards the long form now and not towards virality, again, makes a statement about what this is for. Kind of, longer form suggests conversational. It suggests aiming more towards permanence as opposed to immediacy. But again, I'm interested in finding ways to accommodate the multiple different kinds of media and information sharing that people do. And giving people tools to be kind of collaboratively sense-making together, making sense of the world, gathering information, what have you, sorting through news and figuring out what is, useful information and what's just noise. But again, when you're talking about, the whole kind of high level of building a virtual society, what you're really getting at is trying to build out a system in which there is structure to the thing. Which is more layered and sophisticated than just, social graph dynamics of I follow you, you follow me, so we see each other's stuff. and more sophisticated than you're in a group and there's a moderator and that's it. Again, a good example would be Hacker News has some elements of this. Stack Overflow has a whole lot of these kind of mechanics of somebody joining in to a community, joining Hacker News, joining a Stack Overflow. You don't come in with full permissions, and you got to kind of earn your way into it, and then over time you gain new capabilities as you kind of earn a place in that, and kind of prove your ability to function according to the dynamic of the community. And in some ways, it's kind of trying to fight the Eternal September problem, because Eternal September is about when a bunch of people come into a community and you lose the culture of the community because suddenly there's all these new people that don't understand it. And so by creating structure in the system, you're able to not only make sure that the community is able to self-regulate, but also able to preserve its culture. So Jamie's saying, random thought, are we decentralizing society or decentralizing the media? I'm not sure if that matters. It seems like a useful distinction. I wouldn't say we're decentralizing society per se. I'm not even sure that, if anything, certainly society as it's received within the American context is decentralizing already. This is kind of what we're talking about with filter bubbles. I just watched Ted Lasso, really good show, and they made this joke in there about how they were talking about the UK, and Ted doesn't know anything about the UK, and so he asks if you're from England, and they say, Wales, and he's like, isn't that just a country inside of England? And they're like, yeah, there's like 4 of them. And Ted goes, yeah, it's kind of like America. 4 different countries inside of one. So decentralizing society, I'm not really sure that that's a goal that I have. In many ways, personally, I would love to have a better shared sense of what's occurring in the world. And we're so bifurcated in our understanding of even the reality that we're living in. I would like for that to be healed. But that's not really my high-level objective here. More decentralizing the medium is important to me. And that has a whole lot more to do with, when you talk about society, you're talking about a distribution of power often. And you're talking about institutions and structures for how that power gets wielded. We are not able to do this yet because our infrastructure isn't there. But I mentioned this in the Citizen Discord, how I would like it if everybody did have possession of their private keys. And one of the reasons is because the server maintains their private keys on everybody's behalf, the server can make changes to anything on their server right now. So, since I'm running the test1.citizen.network, I could change somebody's profile, or I could change the rules of a community and what have you. And why I particularly don't like that is that not only is that a piece of power that's outsized, it's a lot of power, also puts you in a position where people ask you to make those changes, right? We should, the top level concept is in this sort of society we're trying to build is supposed to be, at least in shared spaces, communities, right? Communities are the top level thing, not the server. The server is there to keep stuff online and to handle the pointers on your ID. Server and run computation and things like that. But the server is not meant to be a part of the content space. And if a server decides to remove somebody from their hosting process, it ought to be similar to any existing server like cloud service like Google Cloud or Amazon. They do it only in the rarest cases whenever it's just like, okay, we can't stomach what's occurring here. And it shouldn't, this is what rehoming is all about, that it should just be a matter of you moving over to another server to be hosted, but not losing your network. The servers, again, if the server is only there to keep your stuff online, run computation for you, and keep your ID pointed to the right place, then having to change your server should only mean having to change your server, changing your DNS ID and changing where you log into. But it shouldn't change, if I got booted off of test1.citizen.network, I should be able to go over to test2 and maintain everything. I have to update my DNS ID, but I shouldn't lose anything. Now, it's not the same for everything. If I'm in a community, and they decide that what I'm doing is unpalatable and they boot me out, well, that's that. I'm out of the community, right? Because communities are meant to be social spaces, but the servers are not meant to be social spaces. And we're not 100% there yet because the servers own the keys, but we're going to try to set in motion at the beginning that expectation about what servers do or do not do. They can take people out of their, hosting, but they can't take people out of their communities. That's up to the communities to deal with. And if a server doesn't like how a community is behaving, which is going to happen, they can boot the whole community, but that's why we implemented communities as the same base mechanic as a user. It'll go to another server, and that's that. So that's the idea behind all this. So I hope all that makes some amount of sense. And so I expect that we're all going to be talking quite a bit about this together. Again, said it many times, I say it again, this is not meant, I'm trying to get things moving. I'm going to be part of the citizen team, but I'm just trying to be here working on behalf of everybody else. I'm trying to build pure mechanics and push it out into everybody's hands. And one of the reasons I love doing this stream and love having y'all with me is that I get to talk about all this with y'all and hear your feedback, hear your thoughts, and kind of get y'all keeping a balance of me just going off and doing things, because I'm not always going to get it right. And so in a way, I'm trying to draw out the right ideas from y'all as much as anything else. And so there was some good conversation in the Citizen Discord, which hits on exactly what I expect us to be talking more about. I mean, I'm going to try to say this, Textamatron, started talking about, all right, if you're talking about building a society, don't you need a basic set of human rights? Yeah, I completely agree. And talking about what the citizen protocol is going to be thinking about in terms of rights is really important to me, and we should be talking about that. He also, or they brought up, I think it's a he, but I'll say they. Yeah, no problem. Well, and the stream was down for a week, so there you go. But they were also saying, what kind of tools you're going to build in for conflict resolution. Do we need to have something similar to a justice system? I love that line of thinking. Maybe. And so, this is something I want to be talking about with all y'all as we go. So, one other thing, on Friday's stream, I was kind of humming and hawing about what are we going to do about our launch schedule, right? And there's all these things I want to get done before we launch the beta. I want the thing to be good before we get it out there. I don't want to hand people broken things. All that said, I think I'm going to try to launch an alpha this Friday or Saturday, which is crazy. I know. It's going to be half broken, but, I think I'd just like to get this show on the road. And it's an alpha, not a beta, so there's going to be some broken stuff, and it's going to be under spec and everything. But, I think by then we should be kind of at least ready enough to be actively kicking the tires together. And the longer I wait, the longer I'm waiting to hear from y'all. So let's set that as our objective for this week, to get the alpha launched. See what happens. I reserve the right to change my mind, but let's find out. And so if we look at our to-do list here, got all this bucket of issues to deal with, no question there. Got a couple of tools to handle. Community management made some pretty good headway there. Still need to do post removal. I need to get a terminal UI for the server to manage these things, because I need to be able to fix, on account of the migration, these communities don't have anybody appointed as the admin role, so I need some way to jump in as the server admin, because I still have this power to appoint moderators on these things, or admins on these things, rather. Still need to get the post removal UI in. A couple of things over here, editing posts, deleting posts. If I put a little horizontal dash inside of it, that's something I'm putting for the alpha. So deleting posts, yeah, you need that, but not going to get the editing. Not going to get blocking or muting users in for the alpha. Stuff that's still going to happen, probably, but just going to punt it a little bit. Rehoming ain't going to happen by Friday, so that's just going to have to wait. Mobile's got to be good. People are going to use it on mobile. Dark mode, would like to get it done. We'll see. It's actually not that hard to get done. Having new content in the feed load up, yeah, you kind of need that. Pagination in the feeds, that's a maybe, you know. And then, you know, something, let's change that to launch alpha. Some kind of initial answer for discovery, what you might call the empty homepage problem, which, you know, we were just seeing whenever I logged in as Bob on the dev server. Oh, did I get the password wrong when I first signed up? That's not good. No, even better. We'll just create a new. All right, here we are, the empty front page. It gives you nothing, right? You're just looking at it like, okay, is there anybody even here? That's the empty front page problem, and it's connected to the broader question of just how discovery works. In a lot of ways, I think this question is one of the most important questions we have to answer. Because discovery, virality, or the equivalent of virality, you know, trending, things like that, that shapes how people see the world so much. And it's exactly the kind of thing that in a virtual society, there is society making that decision and not me. So I'm probably going to have to cook up something simple at the outset. And then we're going to have to work together to come up with a good answer for that in the long run. It probably evolve quite a bit over time. But before we get into any of that, I want to still noodle a little bit on these post-rendering because I'm just not quite happy with it. So let's start with that. It just is a little bit ugly right now. So let's see what we can do. And with that, since I'm no longer talking, I'm going to put on some music. How's everybody's weekend? Anybody do anything fun? And put you there. I need a little more coffee, so let me get that down. So here is the text right here. Let's start by taking out that slide bolding. All right. You know, before, yeah, all right. So we got this to compare to. This is what's currently deployed. And here's where we're working on. I like having them side by side so I can kind of swap between the two and see how these changes are hitting. Let's try taking the word size down a little bit. Is this at the base font size? Kind of looks like it might be. Yeah, it looks like there's no font sizing put on it. So that puts it at 14 pixels. the default puts it at what? It's 16. Well, we don't have a tailwind for this, but let's find out what 15 pixels looks like. So obviously 14 is too small, and 16 just feels a little too large. Let's give 15 a try. Well, feels a smidge small, but in some ways it's a little easier to look at. It's a smidge small. Typography in UIs is one of those things that you'd be surprised how many different parameters there are to tweak that can really affect your sense about what you're looking at. Give an example. Letter spacing does some pretty interesting things to text. You put a letter spacing on it, and it kind of immediately makes it look bigger than it is without actually increasing the font size. See, look at that. Seems kind of small. Seems kind of bigger. And that's a subtle one that you can get some variations between. Line height is another one that does a similar thing in terms of just how easy it is to ingest the information. Real dense, fairly dense. 1.4 is often a suggested amount, but that looks too spaced out, right? Now I'm guessing we're at like 1.25. No, that seems a little too spaced out to me. 1.3 looks like a sweet spot to me. Not crowded, not noticeably spaced. Let's jot that down, so to speak, so that we have that as our kind of baseline, but I'm not quite satisfied with it yet. Probably the letter when you start to notice the letter spacing, unless it's kind of a stylistic effect, that's a bad sign. It's not bad. Obviously an improvement, I think. You know, this is just like the boldness of that text just kind of makes the whole thing look muddled. Now I want to futz around with font size of 16 pixels. Because it does still feel a little small to me. But the thing about the 15 pixels is that, or 16 pixel size, is that it starts to get a little bit too prominent, similar problem to what you were having with this, right? Obviously not as bad, but still a little too difficult to digest quickly. Now, like I said, there are lots of variables that could affect how that kind of comes off with typography. Two more of them is font weight and just the color. Sometimes just darkening or lightening the text can have a similar effect to increasing or decreasing the font weight or the font size. So let's start by looking at the font weight here. So obviously too bold. It's about where we are. That's pretty light. No, that's kind of weird looking. So it looks like font weight is not our opportunity on this one. Let us try lightening up the text a little bit. A little too light. And that's about where we're at. Does that make any appreciable difference? Not really. Anything lightening it up starts to get too light. So this is us at 15. We gotta duplicate the tab so we can do a little A/B. And let's try it at 16. So here's where we were starting from. Here's where we're at now. And here's the smaller. And part of the problem, of course, that we're contending with here is me trying to sort of bridge the gap between the title of a post and a post in and of its own. And it doesn't help that a lot of these are, you know, some of these are post replies from back when when posts were acting as replies. So they're not really good example content to be looking at, but they're not terrible because they are conversational in style, which again, you know, trying to make it possible for somebody to create a post. Here's the new post UI, by the way. And be able to do things like, oh, you know, it's a cliche of like the Twitter style. Doing my taxes. Can't believe it's tax season again. Where does the time go? I'm not going to contextualize this for anybody. So if you weren't on the stream, you don't know. You're just like, like, Paul is basic. So like, in that context, that seems a little too big, right? Now, one thing we could do here is also flirt with showing a little bit of the post text, of the extended text, that is. So let's try that. All right. Now, if we're doing this, that extended text is not meant to be rendered in its totality like that. No, indeed. We're going to get rid of this. And I think there is a helper that we can, I believe it was truncate. That's the one. Love that one. And we're going to leave that alone. We're going to lighten it up even more. It's looking kind of noisy at the moment. Generally speaking, these guys look right to me. I think the letter spacing is maybe a little too high. Let's take it down to 0.2. Putting the extended text in there, I'm not loving it. Supposing this thing has a pre on it, so I have to be, can't put a space in my code. Kind of a pain. Can do this though. Okay, so it needs to be a little darker, so let's take that to text gray 400. Oh, wait, is that the wrong direction? Is the wrong direction. 600. And let's take that PX to 1. And BG gray 200. Okay, let's call that suitable enough stylistically for our experiment. right. So here we are. Again, I feel like we're making improvements over this. Boy, significantly. Still a little bit torn about the font size. On longer posts, seems kind of right, but on shorter posts, not so much. We could always do a thing where you increase the font size for shorter posts, but then that kind of gives them emphasis in a way I think is wrong. Could do it where the sizing of the text varies on the basis of whether or not there's extended text or not. Let's try that. I'm a little concerned that might kind of sort of prioritize those things in a way that you don't want to. So I'm going to comment out what we got right now so we don't lose it. Oh, thank you, Jamie. Appreciate the positivity. All right. So there's the first one will be if it's got extended text, second one if it doesn't. Wait a minute. Put that in the wrong spot. You go right there. And so if it doesn't have the read more, let's keep it at the size it's at. And if it does, we'll take it up to 16. And I'm going to duplicate the stats so we can compare. You know, it's kind of working for me, but I'm not sure if it should be on the basis of extended text, just maybe the size of the post. So let's try that. Let's say after you get 80 characters, let's try that. I don't know. This might be kind of right. Meow. Yeah, what do y'all think of this? The variable font sizing on account of the size of the post? It kind of seems right to me. Let's set up a full ABC test. So here's everything big. Here's everything small. And here's the variable font size. I'm pretty sure everything small ain't the right way to go, because just these get so lost. And everything big gets a little noisy. I kind of think the variable font size is right. Obviously, we need to start linkifying hyper URLs. Yeah, I think I'm feeling this. I think one other thing I'd say is maybe the font ought to be slightly darker. Cool. And darkening it just a little bit, I think, helped. It's a little, made it a little dense. More contrast in the sizes. You know, it shouldn't be, I don't know if it ought to kind of hit you over the head. Hey, Miguel. Welcome back to the stream. Really, the point of having the sizes vary is just making sure that it all is easy to digest. I'm not really trying to sort of like distinguish one's a post and one's a tweet. It's really more about like, you know, just making them actually, as much as possible, feel like they're this part of the same system, and then some of them just have more text to them. You know, HN gets some hate, and for understandable reasons, but I still see it as a net positive. Oh, you know what? Islam is still off. That's let's fix that. I'm trying to evaluate darkening the text a little bit, and I'm not actually getting the right test here. Ah, there we go. I think that's right. I still am not, you know, 100% in love, but I'm more in love than I was before. This is you know, real hard to digest. This is definitely easier. Not quite sure what it is, though, that makes me feel like I have a little bit of trouble digesting what I'm looking at. Hey, Ryan. Welcome back to the stream. See, because a post like that ought to feel kind of like a tweet, right? this is about the spacing. Maybe it's just a little too dense on the spacing. I actually think that helped. Let's try one other experiment here. Nah, see, bolding it a little bit whenever it's a short post starts to make the long posts feel like just comments, like they're a different kind of content entirely, and that's not really what we're aiming for. And let's just look at, yeah, that is so dark. Is that really just 500? This is one of those things where I'm gonna get onto a different browser or computer and the fonts are all gonna look totally different anyway. Yeah, that's font weight 500. Yep. Font medium ain't too bold. And that smaller font is certainly more readable. It feels a little bit too small to me, but at a certain point you gotta stop noodling on it and move on. Let's try one other thing, just out of curiosity, since we're playing with spacing. Real light borders. Gotta A/B that one.
Those are very light borders to be sure, but I don't know. Don't know if I dislike it. And here's a perfect example. Give myself a classic Twitter shitpost here. So now we have a good example post to look at for the Twitter style. I know it seems silly that I'm spending so much time on this, but it's really a big part of the experience. Hmm. Hey, Jim.
Oh boy. Let's do a couple of test posts to see what this all feels like. All right, so using the more as a joke format, you know, where you put the punchline in the extended bit. One example of how this gets used. All right, what else we got? We got all right, that's another one. Putting spoilers on the inside. But really, that's just a post, so that's not really futzing too much with it. All right, now kind of a Twitter style thing. You know, to help me do this, I'm going to filter out in the rendering real quick any replies, because those were created in a different form for CTZN. So, all right, now we're able to get a little bit better sense of top, you know, just showing what people were previously doing with top level posts. Yeah, I kind of actually think we're in the right place right now. It's pretty digestible, and sticking with uniform. The post text is in and of itself working as content, and then the more is really just doing what's supposed to do, which is extending the text. Because I'm really trying, like I said before, I'm trying to not sort of make the ones that have more act like a different kind of content. They're really just meant to be extensions of the post. So uniformity, I think, is what I'm aiming for. How are we looking at a mobile view? Not bad. How do you all feel about this? I kind of think we're in the right spot here. Thanks, Jim. You missed it earlier, but we even got We'll be able to see all of it because I need to kind of modify the data set here, but we even got member roles. So you got admins, you can create moderators and things like that. The ability to remove people and do bans, and I haven't got the UI done yet, but the ability to remove items from a community, things like that. So getting moderation in there, it's pretty close to done. Oh, cheers. Yeah. Everybody was out of the loop because I had to do a week of work without the stream, sadly. Pretty bummed by that. I was really enjoying getting every second on the stream. But I think this is good. I think this is right. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that because that's just dealing with legacy stuff. But I am going to go ahead and get this legacy code removed. It's exactly what it's like. I've been joking that like until Citizen is deployed, the Citizen show is what I'm actually doing. So here's where we were, and here's where we are. Let's refresh to get the content at the same spot. I think it's better. This is just a little hard to read. End of the day, wasn't that significant of a set of changes, but all these little things matter. So is long is always false. So let's get rid of that logic. Make sure I did that right. Must have broke something. Yep. All right. That is why you always review before you commit. I don't know if I got the hiccups or what's going on with me. All right. Guess what that means?
Citizen.
James, thank you for joining the Patreon. Really appreciate the support. So I probably broke notifications. Oh, not terribly. But it's definitely a little broken. So our notifications are now just down to comment, replies, and follows. Hey, hey, Paulo! Not sure we have a get comment yet. We don't. And we might actually need an HTTP endpoint to be added. Indeed. All right. We can actually cheat and use the post renderer for the moment because of the duck typing, it'll work out more or less the same. Whole lot of notification types we don't support now, so I gotta fix that. Now we're still... Nope, okay, no more errors. So what's up with the extra borders right there? That's just on the renderer. Which means in the notifications page, you need to get rid of your bottom border. Thought there was 3 pixels, so there's still an extra pixel going on here. Yep. I think actually this needs to be border B now. Alright, that fixes all that. Oh. Let's do a little rendering work here. The meta information is too big. Small is fine. Okay. You know, I'm not a big fan of that RSS icon. Why don't we do... Yeah, why not? Let's just darken that just a smidge. And take that right pad down just a smidge. A smidge. Alright. So that's coming along. Let's jump into my test server real quick. We need a create post button when you're looking at a community. All right. Now, why ain't we seeing any author information? Ah. Aha. bit of a hot mess. So first of all, okay, I'm gonna grab some coffee. 1 second. And you know, I'm kind of thinking that using the context mechanism is just kind of pointless, which is what we're doing here. Let's just, let me see here. All right. A little bit of an overflow problem. Let's get a follow notification in there so that we have. Oh, yeah. Okay. So we got a lot of text we're trying to fit in here. Let's try just reducing the text, I suppose. Doesn't give a lot of context, but oh, I gotta fix that. Who's croaking on me here? Ah, that should be a good post. Still not happy. Seems to be using a different mechanism. I know what's going on. It's because I'm using the... Alright, hang on. So we have two different click handlers. Let's modify... Is this being used? Get it together. It's over here. Okay, now we got this other error to deal with. There we go. Now we need to highlight. Now, does the thread handler, here's a question. Does the thread handler allow us to just pass in the comment as the subject? If it does, what it should do is properly highlight the comment, load the thread, etc. as it's supposed to. Alright, so that's not working. Let's take a look at what's going on there. You're supposed to notice this. Yeah. There we go. All right.
Citizen.
Let's add a create post tool for when you're in a community. So here, over here. Hey, Lorenzo. How you doing? All is A-okay now. Thanks. Really glad to be streaming again. Sweet.
Citizen.
Okay, for a bit of UI work handled. It's all good news. Ooh, let's fix that. There we go.
Citizen.
All right, so that's looking pretty good. I'm thinking next up, let's knock out the community terminal UI, and then the post removal UI, and then post deletion. Yeah, just work our way down progressively, I think, because after that, pretty soon after the setup flow, oh, you know what? That hits me. One of the things we need to decide is what our first server is going to be. So we are all going to be or at least anybody that uses the first server that I set up, we got to choose what that domain's going to be. For a while I was thinking about doing having citizenry actually run a server so that it would be, you know, but right now I'm kind of feeling like that maybe loses some of the fun. So we gotta decide. So gonna give that a big red strikeout. So not feeling that. I don't know if I have any great ideas yet, but I wanted to open it up to y'all to suggest what we should call the first server domain. So if anybody has suggestions for this. Oh boy, I get scared of putting it in an issue. Just on account of in a text form like that, the bike shed and just goes wild. That's true. Good ideas do come offline. But in a way, I'm kind of by keeping it constrained to the stream. I don't know. We're all here together and. Yeah, maybe I'll open up an issue though, because you got a point. Alright, screw it. We'll make an issue. Let the bike shed begin. Sometimes I guess you just gotta embrace the bike shed. Yeah, what is the message we want to spread, you know? And it has to be something that we like having. You know, I want to feel good about what my domain is. Thematically, you know, we're talking about all of Citizen taking the building a virtual society as our high level, so you could always do something kind of fun that's like playing off of the history of like new society formation. So like the New World is what they called the U.S. whenever people were going here. So there's like New Worlds or newworld.com. That's a bit ugly. Could also, make it. Yeah, it's a tricky one. I wish I had some good answers already, but I just don't yet. I think thematically, well, so I would love to do. I'm going to be running a couple of servers off the bat, and the sign up flow should eventually sort of, it'll list out which these multiple first servers you can have, and choosing a server with a new project, it's one of those things. First of all, there is some aspect of how discovery or like what your communities will be on account of the choice, because when you have the blank screen, the server is going to end up telling you at first like what it's recommending for you to try out. So there is some effect, but it's not like Mastodon, because it's not that significant of a constraint on who you're interacting with. Yeah, I'm not expecting anybody here to have to set up a server if they don't want to. I'm going to be running a selection of servers that are, should be sufficient to get things going. And I'm still debating exactly how we're going to structure the servers, but I'm kind of thinking that they will end up having the ability to set a custom front end. We're going to integrate that into the software. So it's kind of like a website that can, be running on the Citizen network, and some interesting opportunities to kind of like be drawn from the Citizen network, like a CMS. But running a server is a lot of work. So again, that's why we set up the communities to be separate from servers, so that you don't have to run your own server to create a community. Lord of the Ring names. I don't want to get sued, which will happen. I love the theme, but Topia. We're gonna have to find the exact right kind of nerd here. Topia, Oh, brother. Newtopia. Post-topia. Because you go there to post. Zootopia. But I wanted the servers to have some kind of identity. I mean, obviously it's going to be affecting your ID. So you're inheriting some kind of identity by choice of what server you go with. And so by identity, I mean a little bit of a metaculture to that server. And so this first one, we're going to start with just one, and it's going to be the first users, I might even toy with the idea of having this first server stop taking signups after the beta period or the alpha period, something like that, and then open up new servers for people to join, so that there's a little bit of like, hey, I got onto the first server on one of the initial things, so kind of like a little bit of a treat for anybody that joined in early. Folks like y'all. So again, that's kind of why I'm also inclined to farm this out to y'all, to extend it out to y'all, to words matter, to think about this, to pick how we want to think of ourselves. I would ideally want to use .com, but I'm open to alternatives. Mine also, it's like It's like with email addresses. Like anytime it's anything other than .com, I always get kind of like a. Goes on the list. Only problem with Zentopia is it's a little bit hard to spell. Wow, mail just came out of my fingers. That's scary. I don't mind IO too bad. It's going to be, of course, the question about whether or not the domain is available. Oh, I totally get why you're thinking Lord of the Rings, but this is... there is a company behind this, and we will get sued. Well, Zentopia.com is taken. It's for hemp products. I don't mind the space theme, but it's a little detached from what we're doing. Self-care like a badass. Well, don't know if we could do Zentopia. But if anybody's looking for some hemp extract, you now know where to go. Shapes. You know who will have thoughts about this is Peter Wang. Could do something like that. Citizen 1. Kind of dry. Could also acronym it. What's Marstrology? The United Communities of Citizen. UCC. Oh yeah, Mark 1. Distributed. The Mars trilogy, huh? Beyond Places. I like the Beyond. The shore of Poly. Hegelian synthesis. Can't spell synthesis. I don't know what his synthesis would be. Oh, right. Is that like thesis and oh brother, what thesis? One idea, other idea, synthetic. Yeah, okay. Unifying two opposing concepts. World apart. All right, come on now. I like the intent behind that. Yeah, one of the other tricks here is I think not only should it be easy to scan, it should be easy to type, because nobody, having to type it in is always a chore, so the fewer characters the better. Kind of gets me into acronym space. Ideal place to hold a community retreat. I don't know. I haven't done a whole lot of retreats. I tend to like cities. Let's see if Namecheap is just not working on Firefox or if it's just kind of broken. Well, we'll give that some time to think about, mother. Hang on. No, not you. This is the... It's hard to find good domain generators. Actually, if I remember right, Google Domains has a pretty good one. Our town cracks me up because I hate that place so much. Don't hate Town Square where that's at. Pizza Hut, sure. BeyondPale.com. That feels targeted. That feels like they're saying something mean to me. I am logged in. They know what I look like, and that just feels a little bit targeted. Beyond.buzz. Yeah, they keep on Beyond Pale. Come on, y'all. BeyondPale.net. Really, really hurtful, Google. Scrubs Beyond. This is really starting to feel targeted. I'm guessing... I have no idea where maybe Beyond the Pale, because I think their domain name generator thing, what it does is it like uses some of the Google corpus to try to... Ryan, if you think summer makes a difference, you're being generous. Town Square pizza. You know, I like Town Square a little bit, or Public Square, because it gets a little bit at. That's a term, you know, that people use to describe the public speaking space. Let's see if there's anything Eternal September. I do like Eternal September. Oh, so that's very nice of you. Citizen.1. Citizen.1's not bad. Okay, why did I come here? Oh, right, Eternal September. I do like slightly ironic names. Is that because I'm a millennial? .pub is always an interesting domain to look at for things like this. TS is a little ish, though. I don't know, like. Citizen.1 ain't bad. How do y'all feel about that, Citizen.1? Hey, Anish. Welcome back to the stream. Citizen.1 is fun, especially if we're talking about making it for the kind of reflect that it's the initial colonizers of Citizen. Well, I'm going to... Oh, I just got a response from Peter. Let's see. Logan's run, feel to it. So Peter asks if there's a sci-fi canon I particularly like. Citizen.1. Yeah, but Get Citizen would be fine if it was like for downloading an app or something like that. But for our usernames, I'm kind of liking Citizen 1. Oh yeah, here's another one. Names of city-states in Greece. I All right. Well, I'm going to take a break, call back my friend who called me, eat a little food, etc. So let's call this a 30-minute break. So I'll try to get back at 2 p.m. Central. So if anybody has more ideas, here's the Bike Shed thread. No bad ideas in Bike Shed, so feel free to throw in any ideas you got. And we'll come back and try to pick up on the post removal, deleting posts, and the community TUI. Cool. All right, y'all. See you in a bit.
Alright, I'm back. Right on schedule.
And with just a smidge of heartburn, so 1 second. I've tried to cut down on soda like some of y'all recommended, and that has actually helped quite a bit. It may, in fact, be my biggest culprit, so I appreciate the suggestion on that. So, I was thinking about the metaphor of a city, and how cities get named. This may be just the worst suggestion, so please shoot me down if if y'all just completely hate this. But I was thinking, you know, a lot of cities, the way that they pick their name is by picking a founder name. So like Houston, for instance, is named after Sam Houston, who was a notorious political figure in the early history of Texas. New York is from York City. York was a family name, etc. So this is absolutely the worst. Part of this would be for the memery of it, but what if we did Crazy City? How would y'all feel about that? Oh man, I don't know if I could live with myself. I mean, the meme level of it is what I, you know, like the part of me that likes to shitpost would totally wants to do this. Oh, I didn't. Huh, is the stream back on? Oh, it's just delayed. All right. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, so the shit poster in me totally wants to do this. The part that, you know, realizes I live in a society, sort of thinks like, I don't know if I could do this to y'all. So if we were to do this, y'all would have to find this fun. I hope at least this isn't about egomania here. It's meant to be fun and yeah, fun and goofy and memorable and things like that. I mean, it is. You can't get around the fact that it is beyond egomaniacal. Frazee County. Yeah, I mean, there's, or Frazee Country. There's a couple of TLDs you could use, like land, so you could do Frazee Land. Frazee City rings better to me. Frazee World, God help us. Always make it an alias. No, you know, we should pick something and stick with it, I think. You know what I mean? It should be... If I want to have Frazee City for myself, I'll go make Frazee City. But that's... The reason to pick this is that it's part of our shared identity that we're going with. And so if we were going to go with Frazee City, it would be to kind of semi-ironically join into the kind of premise of how cities get their names. And but maybe that's kind of... See, but I like the metaphor there. So whether or not we... You know, cities aren't always named after founders. And so I kind of like the city ending to it, and sticking with that metaphor, because it is kind of Frazee.church. No. But it is kind of like founding a city together. And so I like that way of thinking about how we're choosing this name. Is we're founding a city, so what do we want to... Oh, that Frazee.town is actually a possibility. There actually is a place called Frazee. I want to say it's Michigan? Minnesota. And go full on cult leader, right? The funny thing about Frazee, Minnesota is, and funny enough, I was actually born in Minnesota, but not in Frazee, and I don't know how this all came to be, but for a long time, I haven't checked their website in a while, but one of the things that they bragged about was, yes, home of the largest turkey. Frazee City, home of the largest turkey. That sounds, yeah, there it is. So that seems about right for the city with my last name, home of the largest turkey. Lick lighter? I don't know what lick lighter is. Ooh. Interesting. What if we named it a city using a computer scientist's name? Maybe one who's passed. WTF, welcome to Phrases. Like a Hopper city. Like named after Grace Hopper. Licklighter's not bad either. He's a little... I didn't recognize the name off the bat. It was kind of familiar, but I didn't know it. Who was the... Engelbart? Yeah, but okay, let's pull up some names here. We got Ada Lovelace. Not a bad one either. We got Grace Hopper. There's Douglas Engelbart, but Engelbart's a pretty tough name for a city. Loveless City. Truig City, of course. Taken. I guess on account of it being like Turing complete, I imagine that there's a number of, a fair amount of interest. There's Turing World, Turing Center. What about Turingtown? Turingtown is available. I don't know Margaret Hamilton. Oh, was she the one in NASA? Yeah, she developed that. She's the one with the famous picture of the stack of code. I'll tell you, there's also a nice double meaning there of Alexander Hamilton. So at intersection of republicanism and, though of course Hamilton also suggests the the hotels. Hamiltown, taken. Turingtown is my favorite so far. Hoppertown is available. What are some of the other TLDs we could be looking at? Conway's a good one too. World, there's land. Is there Ville? Is that one of the TLDs? Could always do, Ville.com. No point in getting into that. And I get no. Yeah. Is this the same Conway that did Conway's Law? Probably a different Conway, right? Yeah, probably a different Conway. Turing is a really, if we're aiming directly for Horton. Horton here's a cellular automata. Turing is probably the most recognizable, and arguably founder of computation. Though I remember reading that there was a German engineer who made parallel discoveries to Turing's machine, but it was a little bit lost to history on account of World War II. Well, I do like naming after notable figures in our sort of ecosystem and our whole vibe, and using town, city, ville. P. Frazee at Turingtown. In fact, server names as servers using the city metaphor, I actually rather like. I'm going to put this on the... Let me grab a little more water. Why am I suddenly blanking on Turing's first name? Alan. Turing is a pretty good name of a server. A Turing town. Just Turing. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Kind of growing an attachment to that. I guess Frazee City will have to wait for another day. I would just never, as much as I love the memery of it, and that motivates me in a tangible way. There's a bit of an upper limit on how much egomaniacism I can withstand for myself. So, gonna Gotta give that a hard no. Narcissism is the word. All right. Communities. So, I built all of the terminal UI stuff, unfortunately, when the stream was down. So we'll get a little bit of a view into this code. This is all built on Blessed, which is a pretty darn good, tool set. It's got a slight cruft, and you gotta kind of invent a couple of things, but overall, not bad. And the question is, I love the alliteration of Tony Town, but who is Tony is the question. And I like picking somebody that's a name of somebody we want to honor. Slightly edged it out. Yeah, it was close. Alright. So we'll save this code. And it looks like my friend decided to finally call me back. Bad timing. Regular town. What about McLuhan City? You know, it's just a little bit... McLuhan would be a funny one. Sagan is another interesting one. Peter suggested Philip K. Dick, so Dick City. How do we feel about Dick City? I don't see any problems with that. All right, I gotta stop laughing at Dick City. Get it together, man. Well, you see a problem with Dick City, huh? I gotta stop. It would be db dot public user dbs dot yeah. There would not be any uptime guarantees for Dick City. It would probably... You'd probably have better uptime when it first starts. But, you know, as the community gets older. Nope. Nope. Can't do that anymore. No more of that joke. Oh, man. That was one of my favorite jokes in Arrested Development. The evolution of single city. Okay. Whew. Grow up, Paul. All right, we need the profile and the members count. Oh, screw it. So the server API uses a special register loopback where the loopback interface is the RPC interface, which uses a token that you have to read off a disk. So it's not meant to be public. All right. We need to add this view. Let's set the default to communities just to speed up our debugging flow. Add the keystroke to go to that view, spell communities correctly. What about something like InfoCity? Not quite right, but okay. So one other thing we gotta do is add it to the nav. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Line 75 is throwing. Throwing a fit. Can't read property ID of undefined. Ah. There we go. So now we got a nice little community listing. Let's get the info pane going. Community.user ID, community.display name. There's no ID, it's user ID. There we go. So, what controls are going to... The main thing is edit admins. It's the main reason that ooh, we got a positioning problem with that.
The main thing I'm trying to accomplish is get a tool to modify the admins. And I'm partly motivated to get this done right now on account of having added roles to the system. The existing communities don't have admins appointed. Let's go ahead and update the list communities bit. So our members schema is the user and the roles. Nope, and the value dot. Okay, so far so good. Getting light flicker again. I may lose power again. Hope not, but there's still work being done. Prompt.ask is not a function. I guess it would be prompt.input. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-bum.
Looks okay. Let's give it a shot. Okay, something failed, and that's not helpful. I gotta pop out to use the lose, so give me a sec. All right. Need to introduce some error rendering. One of the downsides of using a TUI is a little hard to get console logs out. It's data, right? There we go. Alright, let's see. Can't read members of undefined. What am I passing in there? Ah. Okay, good. Of course. But it did work. Not really any need to do that. Alright, let's make sure that worked correctly. Did indeed seem to work. And now that should have removed the admin status, but didn't remove my... Okay. We're in business. So now let's just go back to our TUI and have that start from the home screen.
Citizen.
So that's the community's TY. Let's go ahead and get the HTTP endpoint for comments added.
Citizen.
And let's go ahead and deploy this up on the test server. Really not in my history anywhere. No. Okay, what was it? It was like G-Cloud, Compute, SSH, server. Maybe it was instance. What did I name that instance? One thing I'm really happy to say is that on both small and medium-sized cloud instances, like Google Cloud is recommending I save money by downsizing. That's a good sign. Yeah, look at all those communities. All right, got my admin status. It's an SVG. For the friends. Would love to get some tools to recrop photos. Really? Really? It's gonna be like that, huh? No. Really not able to do pixels? Alright, well, that'll do it. There, so now I see a little rainbow. It's truly awful. Alright. So that's handled. All that work just so I could set a rainbow. Alright, post removal and self-post deletion. Let's get it going. Well, that seems wrong.
Oh, that would do it. There we are. You know, I think probably we always want the menu to be there. And just add options when it's yours. Ooh, not that URL. This one. Coming on the menu.
That's better. I'm gonna bubble the deletion event all the way to the top level here. Because there's some logic I want to run around it. I'm feeling a little bit under the weather right now. Not sure if I ate something I shouldn't have or what. Hey, that's not right. Anyway, I may have to bail out of here in a second and the stream a little early because not sure what I ate, but it's just something not setting right. No. Okay, so that's working. And that's not because I need to properly bubble that. What are you attached to? You're outside of everything. We'll see, maybe my whole system will settle down in a second here. This should be interesting. Right. think that'll do it. All right, let's get a comment deletion in there too. First of all, no need to apologize. All questions are on the table, and I'm always happy to share on technical topics. System does seem to be settling down, so I think I can power through here. And the answer is it's lit elements, which uses lit HTML, so that's what that is. Similar to Shoe, but, you know. All right, comment 1, comment 2, comment 3. You bet. Okay, I'm gonna need to add that route eventually. And now, Great. Orphan comment, no biggie. All right.
Citizen.
That's that handled.
Okay, I'm gonna take 5, get some more water, try to shake off whatever's going on with me. Feel a little better, but still just ugh. So, be right back. Okay, let's try to finish up with the post removal UI, which is an admin tool. So for this, we need to know a couple of things we're gonna have to do here. One of them is we gotta know if the user is an admin of or has moderator rights over the post, which means we need to get the user's roles and then look up the description of what the role is able to do. And then we got to implement the tooling around it. Removing a post from a community is this would be both for posts and comments, and it's like slightly different than deleting posts, because rather than just deleting the post, we just remove the entry from the index. So we'll need a API for that. You know what? I'm just not quite feeling it right now. Starting to feel a little bit better, but I'm definitely low on energy now, so it's just kind of like, just not feeling diving into this. So I think I'm going to wrap up the stream. But handling that is what we'll start with tomorrow morning. And then I think we'll try to jump into the sign-up flow. As well as stuff around like forgotten password and email confirmation, which those two will be a pain because we're going to have to get email integration into the server. Blah. Not terribly fun, that stuff. So hopefully by the end of tomorrow we can finish that, and that. Oh, thank you for joining me. So if we knock all that out by the end of tomorrow, so we don't actually have the technology for the community constitutions yet. And so the design of that, I'll do a quick overview of how that's designed in a moment, after I kind of talk about what's coming up here. So the items I started, we're going to try to finish by tomorrow. I'm going to put a double star on what we can try to attack on Wednesday. And yeah, we'll sort of say maybe we can get an initial solution for discovery. If we're able to stay on this pathway, then starting the alpha by the weekend sounds about right. Maybe we'll do another Saturday event, alpha launch Saturday. That'd be fun. Alpha launch alpha Saturday, alpha launch Saturday, or maybe AlphaNet Saturday. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Probably underestimating what finishing mobile will entail. So that one may take a little bit longer. So real quick, why don't I go over how the community roles and permissions work. Let me load up the schemas here. We got member and role. And I documented a little bit of this. Yeah. So the smart contract stuff, I think maybe if we're talking about, okay, it's Excalibur time. This is our flow of improving upon things. We're currently at the hard-coded stage, and it would be nice to have us get to, that says currently, it'd be nice to get us to user programmable, and then even better with smart contracts. And the smart contract is really just a form of user programmable, except that all of the sort of actions and definitions occur through the data mesh in such a way that it's extremely auditable what all occurs. We may be able to merge those two together. But part of the question we're going to have is whether or not we want user programmable to mean that the users are pushing up code, like JavaScript, or a kind of alternative branch, which I might call user definable, which is kind of more like rule sets, and perhaps even a DSL. So that the citizen servers aren't running untrusted code, but rather a kind of, who knows, some kind of a language. It doesn't even have to look like a language, just a data structure which defines actions, reactions, hooks, rules, and things like that. It's going to depend on, how we think about this as we go. One of the plus sides of user definable is that we'd be doing data structure definitions, constructing data structures rather than Turing complete code. And if we do it that way, there's a degree to which outside programs like a user interface, for instance, can read the rules and present the correct UIs automatically. But the broader question will really come down to how these things are executed by the servers, and having it be a generic, having it be JavaScript requires some pretty tight security primitives. Not to mention requires you to understand the programming language, whereas if it's a data structure based system, it might be something we can kind of simplify to users. I don't know if I would quite say that it's all a wrapper for key management. It's a little more about the hard-coded bit mainly surfaces itself in this code right here, the /db community, and how these secondary indexes work. This is a major part of what would be getting put into the constitutions of the systems. Is controlling, okay, when a community member does what, and a community member creates a follow, we put it into the notifications index. And the community member creates a post, we put it into the feed index, etc. And then, of course, subsequent to that is the community APIs, which are also sort of getting into that realm of what the contract would be defining. And so we have to think about the best way to sort of open this to user development. Now, why don't I go over how the roles and permissions work here? these are the permissions as they are currently defined, currently baked in the system. We got, might be even easier to just jump over here. Am I not a moderator on any of these? All right. All right. So these are the permissions that are currently baked in. Removing, banning, and unbanning members. Removing posts from the feed index. You gotta come up with, get rid of the word index, that's not very user-friendly. Edit the profile of the community. Edit, create, delete roles, and assign roles to people. And those are encompassed by URLs. And then community roles are a part of our permission system. They can be created in a community and assigned a set of permissions. Community members can then be assigned those roles to receive those permissions. The actual ID of a role, so like admin or moderator or whatever, can be any arbitrary string. The admin role is a special role which has all permissions. And then the default role that's created whenever you create a community by the citizen server is a moderator one, which is created just as a convenience so that you can easily give people the ability to ban or remove, ban users or remove posts without giving them all the like full admin positions. Hey Todd, you're coming in right at the end. So I'm just sharing how the community roles and permissions work. Since I created this community here, I have the admin role by default. Here's the defaultly generated moderator role, and I can assign people like, you know, Alice. Not a member of the group, so never mind. So is this architecture not using shared secrets in these types of patterns? Not really. The kind of cryptography of the system is all baked into the data mesh that we're using, the Hypercore protocol. And so at the end of the day, that sort of just means that as it presents itself to us, it's a bunch of databases and people with the authority to write to them. And the databases pull from each other. So like an admin, community feed, like folks, is reading these posts off of Alice's user database, which is only she has the signing rights to that. And only the community has signing rights to this index, but it's just pulling in, so it's pulling in from Alice's database and pointing to it in the community index so that we load it up. When we're looking at a community index, what happens is we load up the pointers and then pull the actual data from Alice's database. So it is, in terms of cryptography, a relatively straightforward design. At present, the servers are maintaining the private keys on behalf of all the users to make things simple to start things out. But as I have mentioned a number of times, I'm really keen to, at some point, get us to where, get us to where individual users are maintaining ownership of their keys on their own devices. But there's just a lot of infrastructure that is needed for that. So when we're implementing the community, post removal, we're probably going to need to add a permission for comment removal now as well. All that will happen is that we'll remove the post or comment from the indexes that the community maintains, but we won't actually delete the content itself. That will remain under Alice's control, or whoever authored it. Any other questions or conversation we want to have before I call it a stream? I think we're making some pretty good progress, yeah. Just to reiterate, we are aiming to maybe do AlphaNet Saturday. It should be launching an actual AlphaNet, no more testnet. And that would be this Saturday, so we'll see if we can actually pull that off. Have I read any of Sally Rooney's books? She doesn't really write characters so much as relationships. She has this idea that people are defined by their relations. Interesting thought. I like the idea of the community being the fundamental unit. Yeah. You do have, you know, and you can exist outside of communities by following people and things like that, but one thing that's kind of on my mind is whether or not we ought to introduce bi-directional follow, aka friend request, into the system to help strengthen that aspect of the layer. Because if you don't have bi-directional follows, you don't have the ability to communicate with each other. Maybe call it a connection request instead of a friend request, since friend is a pretty loaded term, but we'll see about that. Everybody have a good weekend and everything? Actually, I ended up going to my parents to survive the power outage, which I'm told actually got restored later the Friday evening when that occurred, but I got to spend time with family, which was good. Okay, well, I think that kind of wraps it up. We are close, y'all. We are real close. And AlphaNet Saturday might actually be a thing, which I'd be really excited about. And I'm really pretty happy after some of the futzing we did today with how this UI is shaping up. That kind of hybrid of blog post or long form post versus tweet feels pretty good. Feels pretty good. Not 100%, but it feels pretty good. So we'll see. We'll have to keep talking. I'm looking at it now and I'm less excited than I was in my head, but it's not bad. I'm real happy with the mechanic here of having the ability to do long posts and short posts. I'm not 100% sure I'm right, 100% happy with the UI rendering, but last week we were skating on ice, this Sunday sunbathing and barbecuing. Can be fun in this climate change. I'm excited to see the progress of this, so thanks. Yeah, it's like in the 60s Fahrenheit in Texas now after bitter freeze. It's just kind of like, it's pleasant outside and all the snow is gone. You almost don't even know that we had a total disaster here. mean, if the infrastructure had kept going, it wouldn't have been so bad. So, there you go. You're right. Gotta look at that silver lining when the world's completely falling apart. Regarding friend request, I think it introduces too much awkwardness. Yeah. First of all, I certainly wouldn't call it a friend request. Yeah, I don't know. Well, we'll see. No need to move quickly on that decision because obviously everything works without it, and it is certainly an awkward thing. We might call it, it could be an optional thing where you follow somebody and ask for a follow back. That's an interesting way to do it, ask for follow back, because, like, if you're asking for a follow back, you kind of, the social awkwardness is really present there. Ask for follow back. If you're not pretty sure they want to follow you back, you're not going to click that button. I would focus on what functionality is desired as opposed to a static state of mutual or friend. Either you know someone or you don't. Anything past that is too fluid to be static states. So the thing about the CS that is sort of spurring it is just sometimes, as it is right now, I guess it's sort of a discovery thing in a way. Like, if a friend of mine gets on and is like, hey, let's get connected, I'll be happy to get it. It's helping me get connected to people that I want to be connected to. But I don't know. It may really not be something we need to do. Maybe something that will just emerge naturally. QR codes are not involved. Johan, despite lots of crypto underneath everything, I am really aggressively avoiding all that kind of stuff. Really trying to aggressively avoid novel pains in the butt. And because we are taking advantage of servers to host the crypto keys in our V1, we really don't have a hard time avoiding that. The only sort of novel pains in the butt that exist in the system have to do with server-to-server communication. And, as I've said, eventually we will get to the point where users can hold on to their own keys. And the idea, of course, being that when we get to that stage, that there will hopefully be some useful infrastructure for people to manage their keys on their devices, and so our novel pain in the butt can be hopefully as useful and easy as possible. Yeah. And actually, I am really pretty enthusiastic about this approach because the things that get solved really well are well-defined and well-motivated. So if we get to a point where Citizen is being used by people in its current state, and then we're just saying, okay, so we know how the system functions, we know how Hypercore functions, we know how people interact with this tool set, and now we want to add key management. That is such a well-scoped version of solving the key management problem compared to starting out, let's just say, adding key management to Hypercore as it is right now, right, where it's very general and getting it into the correct flows effectively is very hard. If we were able to kind of develop and mature the Citizen ecosystem first, I think we would be as well positioned as we could be to handle the old novel pain in the butt. So, I'll reshare the link to our bike shed. On AlphaNet Saturday, we are going to found our first server, and we're sort of toying with a city metaphor here.
in the sense that, this is something that we're coming together and creating, and so we need to choose the domain name for our first server. Some of the, we got Citizen.1 as a pretty good option here, and Sully is holding on to that domain name right now, so he's offered to share that. But this is going to, for anybody that starts things out, this will set what our user IDs look like. So I'll be pfrazy at whatever domain we choose. So we got to like it. We got to like it pretty good. Another one we were toying with was Turing.town. Yeah, sure thing. Turing.town ain't bad. Pretty nerdy. I love the idea of it being a city using a notable figure as the name of the city, but I don't know. Pfrazy at Turingtown? I don't know. It doesn't get me quite jazzed. Citizen.1 is pretty cool. Pfrazy at Citizen.1. I'm just using my name to kind of picture it in my head. Citizen.1 in bed. We could work the word alpha into it. CitizenA.com, acitizen.com, citizenalpha.com. Citizen 1 is default enough to be appealing. I agree about that. But it's also sort of... It's really quite good. It's quite good. And, I'm kind of... into the idea that once we get out of the alpha period, we stop allowing people to sign up for Citizen 1 and set up other servers for people to join. So then Citizen 1 is a marker of being early, being one of the first colonists, so to speak. I think that'd be cool, kind of a, like a vanity plate. So we'll see. It's also possible, though, that, I'm not going to do novelty DNS systems here because I'm trying to make the whole system as compatible as possible. See, that's another one, novel pain in the butt. I appreciate what they're doing, but trying to make sure that all this is very accessible to people, with their current stacks. Don't want to have people downloading anything. I've been doing Beaker for a while. Before that, I did Secure Scuttlebutt. I've dealt with so much novel pain in the buttistry. I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm ready to make the system be as approachable and simple to use as possible. That's where my head's at now. Yeah. Yep. But Citizen 1 isn't bad. Citizen 1 isn't bad. And I wouldn't mind pfrazy at Citizen 1. It's pretty cool. So maybe that's what we go for. I feel like that's... if we've done anything successful today, we came up with novel pain in the buttistry. That's the art of creating novel pain in the butts. Novel pain in the buttistry. All right, y'all. It's fun as always. Thank you so much for joining me. Have a great rest of your Monday or Tuesday, depending on what time zone you're in. We'll pick this up tomorrow. Try to get in the last pieces of moderation. Get the sign-up flows and email integration handled. Shoot myself in the head. And then we're one step closer to AlphaNet Saturday. Cool. All right. Catch y'all later.
Citizens.